was unfolding, a parallel tradition, largely hidden and poorly understood, was demonstrating some of the most positive qualities to be found in American history. This other traditions of close collaborations, amity, and love was served as a moral and spiritual counterweight to the dominant traditions of racism that occupies so much of our nation's history. While we must continue to address the myriad of racial inequities in the systemic societies, marrying these effects with an awareness of other traditions can provide a fresh opportunity for moving forward together. Motivated by these convictions, the Baha'i community of Northeast Valley, including Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, Paradise Valley, have observed Race Unity Day in collaboration with several wonderful organizations, the NAACP, Maricopa Branch, Arizona Faith Network, the Arizona Interfaith Movement, Community Conversations, or COPA affiliate, the United Nations of the United States, and Phoenix chapter, and participants from several educational institutions of Maricopa County. Give yourselves a big hand. In 2022, our Race Unity Day has been expanded to be part of a series of global conferences called for by the Universal House of Justice, the chief governing council of the Baha'i Faith. The goal is to launch a new series endeavors calling on people of goodwill to join together to build a new society. Our theme for today is focused on social transformation. The Race Amity panel will explore the power of education in replacing race against race amity and engineer for social transformation. How to distance traveling through this path forward, followed by 2 interactive activities. So you know what that means? We're gonna get interactive. So you're gonna get to know your neighbor. We will start with an indigenous land acknowledgement, followed by prayers. The Public Discourse of Social Actions Task Force of the Baha'is of Scottsdale, along with our fellow collaborators for Race Unity Day, wish to acknowledge the Native nation that have inhabited Arizona lands for centuries, well before it was called Arizona. We recognize and respect the indigenous people as traditional stewards of this land and the enduring relationships that exist between the indigenous people and the land. The land on which we are typically gathered on is the territory of the Udan, Jewett, Puhukan, Akim Udan, Upper Pima, and Pipash, Maricopa people. We honor the people of these nations on those ancestral homelands and resources our homes and many of our buildings are built upon today. We thank them for their strength, their resilience in protecting this land, and humbly inspired to uphold our responsibilities according to their example. By offering this acknowledgement, we affirm indigenous sovereignty and our solidarity with the American Indians and indigenous people. We're going to hear from this wonderful drums right here being played for us. Thank you very much. We all really appreciate that. Thank you so much. So while they're preparing to exit the stage, did you meet the person next to you? Do you know, did you wave across the room, hey, how you doing? Smile. Kindness is free. Kindness is free. There you go. Give it away. Don't hold on to it. If I forgot to mention anyone of the native land, please forgive me. Don't blame my head. Don't blame my heart. I'm sorry. Next, we have the Arizona Interfaith Movement, AZ Faith Network, Angelia and Basu.
I'm Angelina Green, a member of the Arizona Interfaith Movement, and have the privilege of serving on the state committee. I want to thank my brothers from the Pima Nation and from the Sioux Nation. I listened to the drums, first of all, when I was 3 years old, and as I listened to that, it reminds me of a heartbeat. And I think that when you sit and you think about why we're all here, it's because of life. So I'm going to invite you to take a couple deep breaths. Make sure that your phone is off on silent or on airplane mode. Allow yourself to be fully present here. Don't think about the heat. Don't think about gas prices. Don't think about laundry that you may have to do at home that you chose to be here. We're grateful that you joined us this afternoon. So do yourself the gift of thinking about what intention do you want to set today? What do you want to take away from this event? What brought you here? And I really believe that if you set that intention as you listen to the children pray, that will come as you make different friends, as we have different discussions, and we talk about how important race amity is. So the Hopi tradition talks about the time where the Black and yellow and red and white nations would have to come together when the world was in peril. I honestly believe that the world is in peril and that each of us has to do our part here and come up to be able to serve humanity. So today you're going to get to hear children pray in Mandarin, and they'll be saying the same prayer in English so that you understand what you heard. Several of us, my granddaughter and I, have actually learned Spanish to be able to share that with our friend Vasu from Arizona Faith Network. And then we're going to be wrapping it up with the Baha'i Prayer for Humanity. So please, again, take a few deep breaths. Think about that intention, what brought you here, what you hope to take away from this time that you had today, and really allow yourself to be fully present here and give yourself the gift of that. And again, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Next we have the children can come up.
Hello? Yeah. Hello, everyone. The prayer that me and my sister are going to sing is "Oh God, Guide Me." I'm going to be saying it in Chinese, and she's going to be saying it in English. 上帝啊，指引我，保护我，使我成为一盏明亮的灯，使我成为一颗闪耀的星。你舍的男子，经历着保护我，使我成为一盏明亮的灯，使我成为一颗闪耀的星。你舍的男子。O God, guide me, protect me, make of me a shining lamp and a brilliant star. Thou art the mighty and the powerful. Oración para el mundo.
En este centenio y en cualquier centenio, nuestra esperanza más profunda y nuestro rezo más cálido es que aprendemos a escuchar. Escuchemos el uno al otro en franqueza y misericordia. Escuchemos a las plantas y animales en sin asombro y respeto.
Escuchemos a nuestros corazones el amor y perdón. Escuchemos a Dios con silencio
Y admiración. Y en escuchar todo esto, que no tiene límites en su belleza, encontremos la sabiduría para cooperar, con un espíritu de curación y divinidad. Encontremos un espíritu que nos lleva a la paz, comunidad y creatividad. No pedimos un mundo perfecto, pedimos un mundo mejor. Nosotros pedimos por escuchar al mundo.
Prayer for unity. In this century and in any century, our deepest hope for most powerful prayer is that we learn to listen.
May we listen to one another in openness and mercy. May we listen to plants and animals in wonder and respect. May we listen to our own hearts in love and forgiveness. May we listen to God in quietness and in this listening, which is boundless in its beauty, may we find wisdom to cooperate with a healing spirit, a divine spirit, who breaks us into peace and community and creativity. We do not ask for a perfect world, but we do ask for a better world. We ask with deep listening.
Hello, friends. My name is Vivian Green, and I will be reading to you guys the prayer for mankind. O thou kind Lord, thou hast created all humanity from the same stock. Thou hast decreed that all shall belong to the same household. In thy holy presence, they are all thy servants, and all mankind are sheltered beneath thy tabernacle. All have gathered together at thy table of bounty. All are illuminated through the light of thy providence. O God, thou art to all. Thou hast provided for all. Thou shelter all. Conferest life upon all. Thou hast endowed each and all with talents and faculties, and all are submerged in the ocean of thy mercy. O thou kind Lord, unite all, let the religions agree, and make the nations one, so that they may see each other as one family, and the whole earth as one home. May they all live together in perfect harmony. O God, raise aloft the banner of the oneness of mankind. O God, establish the most great peace. Cement thou, O God, the hearts together. O thou kind Father, God, gladden our hearts to the fragrance of thy love. Brighten our eyes to the light of thy guidance. Delight our ears with the melody of thy word, and shelter us all in the stronghold of thy providence. Thou art the mighty and powerful. Thou art the forgiving, and thou art the one who overlooketh the shortcomings of mankind. Abdullah. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We all appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're going to hear opening remarks from Karen Hardin, she's president of NAACP. So Dr. Karen Hardin, she's a licensed professional counselor and holds a master's degree in counseling and psychology. She earned her doctorate degree from Northern Arizona State University and teaches at Graduate College of Counseling at Grand Canyon University. Dr. Hardin worked 31 years in Maricopa County College District, where she volunteered as the facility advisor for the college students NAACP Club for over 25 years. She currently serves as the president of the Maricopa County branch of the NAACP, where she became president in 2018. Dr. Hardin serves as a mentor to students. She was voted as Outstanding Teacher of the Year in 2010. And the Student Government Award awarded her the Outstanding Award that year. She was selected by the YWCA as the Educator of the Year in 2005. Dr. Hardin's positive leadership abilities have been demonstrated in many different ways. She was elected as president of MCBAA in 2008, and when the two-year term ended, get this, the employees re-elected her for another two-year term. In January 2010, she was honored with the Dr. Martin Luther King Award in Mesa City Parks and Recs Department for her support of students and her volunteer work in the community. Let's give it up for Dr. Hardin. Come on up. And she just flew in from the Virgin Islands. We do have stairs. I'm not doing that.
Fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now, we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. These words were spoken by former President Abraham Lincoln in 1863, and it was part of his Gettysburg Address. These words are very critical today because in some aspects of the current state of affairs in the United States, it seems as though these fragile concepts of democracy are being eroded. And I think the words were so powerful in 1863 that they need to be repeated one more time. Fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. Primary in the meaning of the Gettysburg Address was this concept of freedom. Freedom from a monarchy, free from monarchical rule. In some aspects, it seems that perhaps the United States is trending backwards toward rule by one family or similar to an autocracy. Or are we going back to this same monarchical type of rule? Another theme in that famous address was the proposition that all people are created equal, all people. Many people in this country are still waiting for the actualization of these words and to be treated equal. It is befitting that we here today convene for the Race Unity Day, and it's great to see several organizations, six of them listed, that have come together to work on the Race Unity Day. This is also an opportunity to celebrate the common purpose of the NAACP and the Baha'i faith. The Baha'i faith believes in the oneness of humanity and devotes its teaching to the abolition of racial, class, and religious prejudices. According to Baha'i.org, the purpose of life, Baha'is, is twofold: to attend to their own spiritual and intellectual growth, and to contribute to the transformation of society, as well as the refinement of one's inner character and service to humanity in inseparable facets of life. In 1909, a small group of Jewish, white, and Black Americans came together to create the NAACP in Niagara Falls, New York, with the expressed purpose of racial equity, social justice, and equal opportunity for all humans. The mission of the NAACP is to ensure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights of all persons, and to eliminate racial hatred and racial discrimination. And many people unfortunately think that the NAACP is an organization that is run by and for African Americans, but I would just want to share with you the fact that, as I stated, the organization was developed by Jewish, white, and African American individuals, and it is an organization that wants to be inclusive. Also, with the onset of the Baha'i faith in the mid-1800s and the foundation of the NAACP in 1909, these two occurrences create the backdrop as we come together today to discuss the current state of affairs. I hope this discourse is more than discourse. I hope it's more than just discussion. Our discourse and our discussions have to turn to action, as did action was taken by the founders of the Baha'i faith in the early 1800s, early 1900s. You heard the history of how connected the NAACP and the Baha'i faith is. So our discourse has to be more than discourse. It has to be action. It has to be positive, lawful actions that help save the democracy. Stopping this destruction of democracy can only come to life if we each individually pledge to take peaceful action against the demise and the attacks on individual rights. At this point, I would like to introduce our Vice President for the Maricopa County branch in NAACP, Mr. Francis Lucas Wilson, if you would just stand and write. We both want to extend, our other Vice President is in New Jersey currently, trying to stream, but we want to extend our appreciation for the invitation to be part of the participation today. And most importantly, we hope this is just a beginning. This just begins the discourse. Today just begins the dialogue. We have to take collaborative action collectively to serve the good of the community and the nation, because the future, as they say, the future is in our hands.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hardin. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that she was honored by Phi Theta Kappa Honor Sorority, and also in 2011, and she's also a member of the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority. Give it up. So I have to add that when I saw you coming today, I was excited, and I brought something for you to look at. So when we had feedback from the microphone, nothing was announced with the ancestors. My great-grandfather, I knew him very well. My great-uncle went to Howard University. This is his yearbook from 1937. No, 1942. I want you to look at this, and you see all the African Americans in there. It's powerful, but I want you to look at this. That's why I'm talking to you when he's up here. All right, back on track. Also, we have the mayor of Scottsdale House, Mr. David Ortega. I'm going to have you come up and say a few words if you'd like to.
Well, thank you very much, Romero. And on behalf of the city council, serving as mayor is an honor. Serving as mayor is earned every day. Serving as mayor puts the onus on us to acknowledge everyone. And I will say one of my priorities was to be sure that we had an anti-discrimination ordinance. And that was the first thing, which was a priority for my council, and we got it done in 82 days in Scottsdale. And when I say that, before there was something called a golden rule city or a big city or all those other almost cliches, and I said that wasn't good enough. We have to have an anti-discrimination ordinance and be called a non-discrimination. Non didn't sound right to me. Non-something. So anti is what became ordinance and became a template. If you're a large employer, you understand the need of all of our clients, the talent that we have as professionals, not excluding anyone in any organization. That's pretty basic, right? And this has been a very good template for small companies as well to look at what we abide by as a city, what we expect of other organizations in our city, and the kind of respect that anyone coming to Scottsdale should expect in our city. And it ended up being unanimous. Before it was, well, we got it done. And we got it done because I was in a position to be there. And I think that was, that's what we're doing, step by step to make improvements. One of the things I did when I was very young, I was fortunate I won a contest to study in the United Nations. I know that they're also program. And I was very young. We traveled across the country in a charter bus and assembled in New York City. It was almost 30 days travel. 3 days in DC. We visited Chattanooga. We visited Gettysburg, which was mentioned, right? We visited all the historic battlegrounds and all the places where they said blood was shed. And I ended up giving a speech to get there, but then modifying the speech once we got there. We sat in the Security Council in the UN. That was a privilege, and with about 900 other young people. Kind of a neat thing, pretty amazing. And going to the White House and this and that. But one of the things I used in that speech, it kind of makes me want to say today, right? There was a philosopher who said at the beginning of the century He said, war will be dead. People will change. Hearts will change. People will start to revive a unity. And the new century will bring it to us. Well, the philosopher was Voltaire, and he wrote it in 1898, and we had a century of bloodshed coming up in the 20th century, and now we are in the 21st century. So the aspirational side of it ends up having failures. And one of the parts that we felt was so important was not just racial, but gender and so forth. Women having the right to vote, Latinos, you know, African Americans, and every group. And yet, you know, that idea of a pledge was enthusiastic. A new century, somehow the new number would make a difference. It didn't make a difference. It has to start internally, and I really believe that's the strength of your faith. I know enough about that being having a center that will, you know, rise in a unified way. The opportunity and the strife that we have in the world is, you know, very real and apparent. And I feel I missed part of the program, but I know that to be respectful, I have to stop and pause together. Let's pause together for peace, love, and understanding. So finally, I would say, like to feel is that we are all cousins, and I feel we're cousins. So thank you for having me, and I will stay here with you. I see one hand, two hands, but I know that we have to praise one another, and all of the trials and the bloody trials that people are experiencing. Because some of the biggest battles, you know, are for hunger, and for isolation, and of course the cruelty that's happening right now. It's very sad that all weapons say used by October such and such. It's kind of sad. Huh? The bullet says good until June of 2020, and somehow these tools of war become destruction. It's pretty sad. You know, I'd rather make sure that we save the food that's going to spoil in 3 weeks and share it, right? If there's any exploration, it should be we can share it and distribute things better. Muchísimas gracias por todo y nos vemos en esta continuación. Bye.
Thank you so much, Ortega. Thank you so much. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Albert Coleza, who will be moderating our panel. Dr. Coleza has been a long-time collaborator, most recently facilitated Human Rights Day last December. For those who are not familiar with Dr. Coleza, he was a facility in political science and world religions at Phoenix College. He is also the advisor of the Modern UN team and the Phoenix Intergenerational Modern National Conference, held every fall and spring semesters. Dr. Coleza was named Arizona Professor of the Year by the Carnegie Foundation for Advancement of Teaching, and was twice given the Phoenix College Distinguished Teaching Award. He has also been recognized as the outstanding facility at Thunderbird School of Global Management and Arizona State University. Among his published works is his book, Ferdinand Marcos in the Philippines. Give it up once again for Dr. Albert Coleza. They're going to explain what that means.
He actually could explain what that means. The word celoso means jealous in Spanish. And so I am really jealous for all the previous speakers. I am jealous because we have such a distinguished panel of speakers, and I would like to welcome them on the stage. I would like to welcome Mr. Willie Mans. Mr. Willie Mans, please come on over. And while I introduce them, they will be coming over. And Mr. Willie Mans grew up in the cultural mosaic of East Hardin in the 1970s. I think one of the most noted things that stood out in terms of what I read about Mr. Mans is that he's one of the progenitors of hip hop culture. And so he's not only a thinker, he's also a mover. He became a well-known break dancer and graffiti artist, and his street name was Spray. And so he put his talents into teaching children art, dance, and Willie worked for several years for the New York City Board of Education citywide outreach program to obtain resources and support for children. In time, the time came when this born and bred diehard New Yorker wanted a change. And so he moved to Seattle, where he met his wife, Sheila, and found the Baha'i faith, whose emphasis is race unity. So Willie then earned his education in biology, in human occupation, Masters of Occupational Therapy, and he was the very, very first African American to be conferred with a degree by the Pacific University in Forest Grove, Oregon. And so he has worked for several school systems, acute care and psychiatric hospitals, and home health, and most recently as the lead occupational therapist for Fort Rucker in Alabama, and a VA outpatient clinic. Willie has been embedded in diversity in his entire life, and his views on differences of races as a source of strength resting upon the essential truth that we are one family. Our next panelist is, let's give it our next panelist again stands out as somebody to me who is an indigenous math educator from the Turtle Mountain and the Shelby Cree people. And he's the co-founder of Orion Pintong Open Global Village, original people's education network that had created to support 2 education abroad projects. It's very distinct that Dr. Michael Little Crow here has been a faculty at Scottsdale Community College and currently teaching at Arizona State University, and very much embedded in the Maricopa and Arizona experience of racial relations. I think it's very important for us Arizonans to understand our indigenous communities. We also match not only in terms of the land, but in terms of the richness of the culture. And so he continues to teach, and he continues to provide education, not only in terms of theory, but also in terms of example for what he has done in the various range of fields. Our third speaker is somebody. Our third speaker is State Senator Martin Quesada. Senator Martin Quesada grew up in West Phoenix in the Maryvale area. And as I was telling him earlier, a lot of my students are becoming more aware of not only in terms of their youth, but also in terms of their destiny and what they can do. Just like my students, he really has quite a great experience of what Phoenix is like through the years, changing as a city. He's a product of Arizona Public Schools. He served as a judicial law clerk on the Arizona Court of Appeals, research analyst with the state legislature, and then an attorney, and then teaching courses at Arizona School of Law. Senator Quesada has a track record of community activism. He was given several awards. Too long for me to read at this point, but he started public service in the Pendergast School Board and then was appointed to the Arizona State House. And he has been re-elected many, many times to the Arizona State Legislature. Somebody who I have asked to come in and speak to us about education, and he represents one of those logos, the Arizona Interfaith Movement, is Reverend Larry Folks. Reverend Larry Folks is not in our program, but he has generously agreed. I've already told Reverend Folks. Reverend Folks is very much engaged as the executive director of the Arizona Interfaith Movement in educating not only our community but our entire state in the Golden Rule. And so I would like each of our speakers to probably speak for 5 to 10 minutes about your personal experiences in terms of racial unity. Please refer to your personal experiences. We would like to hear your interaction, your experience, and then what you think would help us educate all ourselves, people here, and those people we will meet in terms of racial and amity relations. Mr. Willimans, would you go first?
Well, I grew up in New York City, in a part of New York, northern New York City, Manhattan, at a place called Spanish Harlem. And microphone. Yeah. But I'm gonna have to scroll through the whole thing. Testing. Yeah. There we go. Okay. I don't have to screen through the whole thing. That's good. My name is William Mans, aka Spray. I grew up in New York City, a very northern neighborhood of Manhattan called Spanish Harlem, or in Spanish they call it a barrio, meaning the neighborhood. And in Spanish Harlem, they did not have, formal education was not looked upon as very valuable. Part of the reason for that was basically there were understandings that people of color didn't really have a lot of value, and they weren't going to really go anywhere. So don't. Is that better?
There we go.
Okay.
Now we know what you're saying. We want to hear you, Willie.
Okay. So, so it was higher education or formal education was frowned upon. If you did well in school, your colleagues would call you a sissy, or someone trying to impress be the teacher's pet, and so on and so forth. I had a problem with that. I didn't exactly do well in school, but it was because I had other ideas that were bigger than the classes I was taking. I got to notice that there were all kind of social injustices being done. Police brutality was a big thing. Drugs were a big thing. I couldn't put my hand on it because I was a very young kid. But at the same time, I knew that I deserved better and we deserved better as a people. So what I did is basically started to going through my notes here. I started to look at what was happening in the world. If you were a kind of person that was too uppity, there would be, and this was nationally, when we look at Martin Luther King, we look at Medgar Evers, we look at Malcolm X, they were all assassinated because they stood up. And as a child, growing up in Harlem and not having a voice because you were a child, that was a very serious thing. So I had to wait to come into my own, but I also noticed the world around me. And that was really important. And like I said before, going back to, I knew that something was really wrong. I just couldn't put my finger on it or understand why. For one thing, that was going on in my neighborhood did not match what I saw on television. I watched a lot of Brady Bunch. And the Brady Bunch, I never met a family that looked like that or acted like that. Most of the people that made up the race in Spanish Harlem were Puerto Rican and Black. So back in the 1970s. And there was just an understanding that you were not going to be allowed to make it. And I always went back to that. It's the crabs in a basket. As one tries to get out, the other one will pull the other one down. So no one gets out. No one's ever free. So it continues to go on like that forever. And no one gave each other a break. The only way to get out of that situation was through some of the advice that I had been given by mentors, people who had befriended me when I was a little kid. First, there was Mr. James. Mr. James was our neighbor in the same building that I lived in. He taught me how to play checkers. Checkers was a priceless thing to me because I had never learned a board game. And I was in foster care. Both my parents had died when I was 4 and 5 years old. And I was put in foster care. My foster family said, be prepared to work with your hands for the rest of your life because you're too stupid to do anything else. The mantra that they had for me every day was nothing from nothing equals nothing. Your mother wasn't nothing, your father wasn't nothing, so nothing from nothing left you. So that's I had to absorb that every day. But Mr. James made it a point for me to get up, get out, learn strategic moves on a checkerboard. And he said, this also applies to the street. He said, don't get into anything you can't get out of. Be careful what you say. Be careful how you look at people. Have swag. Have your walk. Have your coolness. But don't overstep. And that's really important in the streets. So you have to know what you're doing. Another person that made a big difference to me was a man named Naacp. He was a Jewish man. And when I was 12 years old, he was my tutor at the East Home Tutorial Program. He went to basically, his job was to tutor me. But what would happen is I couldn't focus because I had other things on my mind, stress, fights, whatever. And he would say, okay, enough of this. We need to take a break. He would literally take me to the park and put me in a swing and talk to me about life. And that was our tutoring session. So it was kind of breaking the rules, but he did what he had to do, to get me back focused. And when we went back, I was like a lightning bolt. I was a lightning bolt. I just hit books and didn't stop. So he knew exactly what to do and what I needed to be done in order to make me successful. The next person was a woman by the name of Maricopa. Marilee is, she's like my mom. I call her mom. And I was 17 years old and really didn't know anything. Was making a lot of money doing graffiti and breakdancing and all kinds of stuff. I was in movies and TV commercials and had no problem saving that money and putting it away. I had interest banks. So I had probably $250,000 sitting in the closet. So, but she taught me how to be a man. She said, follow through with what you do, finish what you start, and be prepared to do your research before you open your mouth. And that meant all the difference. And she also taught me how to be organized and how to be truthful and honest. And the biggest thing was be on time. So, because I wasn't exactly the most, I had missed flights and all kinds of stuff, but she was wonderful, and then introduced me to a bunch of other people who were really great. Then the last person that I wanted to give credit to was a woman by the name of Vivian Green. Vivian Green was my boss at the Board of Education when I worked there at the age of 21, 20, no, it was a little older, about 23. And she had taught me all kinds of things about art. She was a Jewish woman. She lived in her own apartment, never met, well, she was married once, but no kids. And her house was filled with beautiful artwork from all around the world. And she was very wealthy, but never flaunted it. I never knew it, and I didn't care. I loved the woman who she was. And she made me split pea soup. And that was wonderful. So, and we would sit down and have conversations. And most of the time, she would invite me over, and I think it was just for conversation, because she would say, here, Willie, here's $50 for coming over. And I said, I didn't do anything. I can't take it. And she's like, but, and I said, but you made me soup. That's payment enough. And we just had such a great time. She was also the woman who inspired me to be an occupational therapist. She said, become an occupational therapist. She said, you want to be able to take care of your family and you want to do something that's meaningful and helpful to the world? Be an occupational therapist. She said, you have the talent, the skills, and abilities, and everyone loves you. This is what you need to be. I said, what is an occupational therapist? And she said, I can't explain it to you. You have to see it for yourself. She set me up on a job shadowing. And I went and followed this person all day. And she said, come back tomorrow and explain to me what you saw. Came back the next day. And she basically said, what'd you see? And then I told her. And I said, well, there was this woman. She came in. She did some stuff with some kid. And then she said, no, tell me what you really saw. And I said, there was a child in the room. They were crying hysterically. They were out of control. The therapist walked into the room and the child immediately stopped and got happy. Then the therapist took the child into the hallway and the child really began to get excited. And she was nonverbal and she was, just kind of moving around a lot. And she took her to the therapy room, put her on the therapy ball, and then began to range her. So range of motion is really key for kids who are kind of locked in the same position all the time. So she would do that, increasing her circulation, increasing how she felt, increasing her capacity to be settled in the classroom. So when she went back to the classroom, she prayed for the rest of the day. No crying. So, Now, why is education important? While I made it to the university, my high school diploma was the most meaningful educational achievement in my life. The reason why is because it was so hard to get. I graduated high school when I was 20. And the reason why I did that was because I was just having way too much fun in high school. So, and then the other degrees were just kind of, do what you have to do to get sentenced and become a meaningful person in the world or whatever. But let's see. Education also. What is the purpose of education? Education gives you see the world, understanding the world according to you. Education also boosts your ability to think for yourself and use your own voice and develop your own voice and investigate your own independence of truth. Baha'u'llah, founder of the Baha'i faith, ties this ability directly to living one's life with justice. When it happened, so he says,
O son of spirit, the best beloved of all things in my sight is justice. It is aid that thou shalt see with thy own eyes and thy own eyes of others, and shall know of thy own knowledge, and that through the knowledge of thy neighbor. Ponder this in thy heart, how it is behooveth of thee to be. Verily justice is my gift to thee, and the sign of my loving kindness. Set it thee before thine eyes.
Race is a social construct. We are all born with the ability to see difference, to classify, to organize, and to organize things into categories. However, we are not born racist. These ideas that physical differences make someone inferior or superior. A social construct that we have been taught that it is very real construct, limiting access to voting and voting rights, healthcare, education, housing, etc. On a very practical level, the social reality of racism prevents us from achieving virtual human rights. Because this was learned, we can unlearn it. We need to flip the script. With the biological and spiritual reality that humanity is a diverse but unified whole. We are species. Abdul Baha, son of Baha'u'llah, writes,
all of one people, one nation, one species, one kind. The common interest is complete equality. Times have changed, and the needs and fashion of the world are changed. justice, and equal dealing towards all people on the face of the earth are the means whereby progress is effected.
I'm glad that we are all here today to continue the path toward race unity and race amity, because all our efforts will change the world.
Thank you.
What I learned from Lily's presentation is the power of mentorship and the people who are around us who can influence us towards something new positive. And mentorship refers to not only people that are like us, but probably people who are very different from us. And so we need to extend our hand. Our next speaker, who will address to us his personal experiences in terms of racial equity, is Dr. Michael. Michael?
Hello, it's very good to be here today. I'm the grandson of Henry LaFontaine and Genevieve LaFontaine. My grandmother is 101 years old and still going strong. About 14, 15 years ago. They both met at Haskell Indian. At that time, it was a high school. It's now become a college, a university, I believe. And they went through the Indian boarding school system. Both of them, their initial languages were French, Cree, and Chippewa language. They didn't learn English until they went to school. They didn't talk much about their experiences at the boarding school. I found out some things later. And in those schools, my grandfather later taught me about how in some of them they were required to wear military uniforms to do marching. And as I went through school and learned from education that the schools were set up by the military. And the intention of that schooling was to save the man by killing the Indian, to remove their culture, remove their language. And Grandpa told me about how his sister had come back from a home visit. He knew his father had been sick, so he was going to ask her about how his dad. And he did it in his own language, in the Cree that they would speak to family members. And he was severely punished. He was taken off to a room. They had him kneel on a broomstick for a long period of time. So these kind of things were, just for using your language, for the boys talking to the girls, very strict rules. But in talking with my grandfather, what he really stressed to me, he would stress at times of there was this teacher who really cared for us, and he was trying to give us the skills so that we could do something with our life. This teacher, he was with this group of young men. It was the middle of winter. They were at a school that was probably 2 to 3 states away from home, and they just thought they had it, so they were going to run away in the middle of winter. They had a loaf of bread, and they were just going to take off, and they were going across the country. And one of the teachers found them, and he says, he showed us kindness, so he didn't come. He brought us back. He probably saved our lives, because he says in that snow we would have probably all died in a short period of time. He took them back to the school. He said, instead of punishing us, he said, just go back, you finish your bread, whatever. Don't tell anybody, but you need to stay here. And so he saw that kindness. And so those were the things he stressed with me. The experiences were rough, but it did cause them to really try to assimilate. My grandmother would say that she was French, moreover, because they were Métis, they were French and Indian. So she was stressed to be part of being French because that opened up opportunities for her. Later in life, they would become proud again of also being Native American. My mother went through the school system on the reservation, so she wasn't sent away, and her experiences that she shared with me were about this feeling of, it was a St. Anne's mission so it was a Catholic school, and how the nuns stressed how much help they were getting from the outside world, and how much they would, sort of like what Lily was saying, that they would be nothing without this help from the outside. And so it left her feeling like not empowered, but that she was just, she was nothing as well. And I think she went through her life. She married a man who was an alcoholic who mentally abused her. But the case with her as well is that in the end, she showed that she was able to stand up for herself and see value in herself. And so the history from my family that I get is that education in itself is neither good nor bad. It can have it depends on the intention of that education. But from within ourselves, we can see the good that's being done for us. We can understand the oppression and the bad, but I think I was blessed to have people like them as my mentors who showed me you have to focus on what you can do for yourself. You have to believe in yourself, and you have to see the goodness around you and focus for those things. The one story my mom shared with me many times when I was a young kid, she was telling me I was Indian. And I started crying. I said, "No, Mom, I want to be a cowboy. The Indians always get killed," right? Because this is in the 60s, and I watched the education from the TV. What I see around me was, the Indians all get shot down and killed. This was the thing. So the social education around us, at least in these days, seems to be getting more progressive and more inclusive. But sometimes I watch those old shows from the 60s, and I said, you see how much racism is dripping from there. We didn't realize it at that time, maybe, but now, looking back, we see that. So those are the kinds of education that gets us. And I was in financial planning. I actually taught high school for a year and didn't do so well because I was trying to follow all the rules I was taught. So I left teaching right away. I got into financial planning for about 14 years. And when on my reservation, I had heard there was a dozen high school kids who had followed through on a suicide pact. I said, I got to do something more with my life than just make money and sell insurance, this kind of stuff. So I came back to education, teaching math, and there was Bob Tom from the Siletz tribe in Oregon. He was giving a talk and at the local library. So I went there, and he became one of my mentors. But I remember in that talk, he kind of set the whole direction of my education. He says the whole purpose of life, this is my perspective, but what I was taught, the purpose of life is to make relatives. He says, when I come here, I make a relative, make a brother, a sister, a mother, a father. This is what life is about. He says, and when we made everybody a relative, then we can move on. So that's kind of what I like to do in my education. I teach about math, but I teach the cultural aspects. I worked a lot with the Paskayaki tribe here, and in their language, their mathematical language, it's a richness of mathematics and from various parts. Down into Mexico, they brought the mathematics of California when they traveled over there. But there's this richness of cultural understanding of quantity and such. And if we bring that in and we see the beauty of all the people around us, and that we have that mission to make relatives, especially with those who were maybe our hereditary enemies. And in fact, my name, Little Crow, comes from Northern Cheyenne Sweat Lodge. The Northern Cheyenne were my people's enemies. We were fighting with each other. Don and Many Bad Horses of the Northern Cheyenne was my mentor. He was my spiritual teacher. And it was in his lodge that I received the name Little Crow, which is actually from a Lakota tribe. And again, one of my traditional enemies. One of my best friends, and again, a mentor, came from the Mandan Hidatsu tribe. He was a sun dancer, John A. And his tribe, my tribe, actually tried to commit genocide against them. We wanted their land. I looked through our history. And I think if we look at our histories, and we go back far enough, we see that we are from people that have both been oppressed, and we are from people that at times have been oppressors. We have seen both sides. And when we work to be related, that's when the peace comes, when we have the peace inside. And so that's the journey that I'm still on and going through, trying to find who my enemies who I might have hurt in the past, make good amends with them, make relatives, because that's the best way when you become brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers. That kind of connection keeps us going.
Someone who will share with us his Phoenix experience is Senator Martin Quesada.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you here today. My name is Martin Quesada, and I serve the people of West Phoenix and Glendale in Legislative District 29 as their state senator. So I'll give you my quick story about race amity and about education in my coming up as a child and into the position that I'm in now, and how all of this really kind of fits together for me. I think that the issues of race have always been a deep part of my experience growing up. I grew up as a first generation Chicano in West Phoenix. My dad was born here in Phoenix. My mom immigrated from Cananea, Mexico, and she moved here when she was a child. Spoke no English. Her family brought her in. She was put into our school system, had to learn English. She went through that whole experience. Both of my parents, they were farm workers. They worked in the fields, and both of them instilled the importance of education into me. I saw them as a child working hard to provide me opportunities. I saw them really sacrificing their own life and their own opportunities to give me an opportunity to succeed. And growing up as minorities in a community where we were not the majority was quite an experience. I saw a lot of things growing up, the way my parents were treated, the way my grandparents were treated, who still to this day don't speak English fluently, and the way my parents tried to imprint the ideas of race onto me and to my siblings. It was a very interesting experience. So I grew up in the Maryvale part of West Phoenix. If any of you are familiar with Maryvale, this was back in the 80s when I was growing up there. But I mean, it's a diverse community. It's a highly Latino community, lots of immigrant population, a lot of Spanish-speaking population, and it was a rough neighborhood. Even when I was there back in the 80s, we saw a lot of bad things happen. When I was about to go into high school, I saw my parents make a decision. They thought that the neighborhood we were living in there wasn't going to provide me the opportunities that I should have in order to be successful. And they made a decision to move me to another part of the valley. We moved up to Northwest Peoria, and at the time, it was us, and that was about it. There was hardly anybody else out there. So I went from going to a school where I was one of many. I mean, we were everybody, to going into a school where I was the only one. And I looked around in my classroom trying to find somebody that looked like me, and I couldn't find it anywhere. That was definitely a culture shock for me. And I was a child, and I didn't understand that it was a culture shock at the time. I really didn't understand what I was going through. I just knew that something was off, something was different, something was not right in my life. I grew up there, and I went to high school in the Peoria area, made some really good friends, became a part of that community. But still, I saw, now looking back, as an adult, looking back in my childhood, I saw a lot of the diminishment of my culture start to slowly wither away as I was placed in a community of people I didn't look like, of people I didn't grow up with, people didn't speak the language. My Spanish speaking skills quickly diminished. My knowledge of my culture, the music we listened to, even the food that we ate, started to slowly slip away. And I felt that something missing inside of me, but I didn't know what was missing. I just knew something was missing, right? And so that was an incredibly interesting experience. Education brought that back to me. And let me tell you how, because after I graduated high school, let me tell you, as one of the few people of color in a high school, I didn't get a lot of the benefits that my colleagues got. I didn't realize I wasn't getting them. My friends, my people I went to school with and played soccer with and played basketball with, they were getting counseled into higher education. They were getting resources. They were getting the tutoring. They were getting the extra. I wasn't getting any of that, and I didn't realize it. So after I graduated high school just barely, I wasn't on a path to go into higher education at all. I stumbled my way into higher education, and thank God I did. It wasn't a high priority for me, but thank goodness I did stumble into higher education. I went to a community college, signed up because I wanted to play on the soccer team. That's the only reason I signed up for school. And that was where I kind of rediscovered myself. There was a group there that wasn't in my high school called Naacp. I didn't know what it was. There was a real pretty girl and I wanted to follow her after school. So we went into this meeting. She said, you should come to this meeting, right? I was like, okay. So I went. And it was a Naacp organization. And I was, wow, this is cool. These people look like me. These people actually came from a community that I originally came from, that I am starting to remember again. So I started to rediscover myself, started to rediscover a love of education, a love of learning, a love of history, a love of actually going to school, which I didn't have in high school. And so that led me to stumble my way through community college while I was working full time, eventually find my way at ASU. And I went there to get a bachelor's degree. Again, this is where that reconnection solidified itself for me. I was with a lot of students that looked like me, a lot of students that didn't look like me, but didn't look like the people I grew up with in high school either. I was with Blues, I was with Native American students, I was with Asian students. I was with everybody, and it was fascinating to me. I was in classes, I was learning from them. I had professors that looked like me. And it was those professors that sat me down and said, you know, Martin, this is what you need to be learning about. This is who you are. This is where you come from. This is what you should be paying attention to if you're going to be successful and have a chance at success. And if you're going to continue the beauty of your culture and who you are and the people that you represent. And so that's what really got me on the path. In higher education, I started taking the classes. I started learning the real history, not the history we learned in high school, but two very different things. I started learning my real, actual history, and I loved it. I was fascinated by it. I fell in love with all of it. Like I said, I had the educators, I had the classmates, all of it. I found my calling. I knew that in some way I wanted to work and learn more about race and about relations between different groups, different peoples, learn about the histories of them. I learned that I realized I wanted to be involved in that in some way. That's also where I discovered politics. So yeah, it was there in school. I took a class because it was part of my degree, politics, and to be honest, it bored the hell out of me. I did not like it. I was not interested in politics at all. The class didn't do anything for me at all. But my professor pulled me aside again, and he said, Martin, you would be good at this. I want you to apply for this internship and take a look at it, give it a chance. This guy was really good to me. I mean, he helped me graduate, helped me earn my degree. So I owed it to him to apply to this internship. That internship was in the Arizona State Senate. I went to the Senate, and that part of that internship was you were there full time working, watching the Senate, watching the legislators legislate, you know, watching them enact laws, propose laws, debate on laws, and vote on those laws. And what I saw terrified me. I was scared at what I was seeing and the impact that the decisions these people were making on the people that I grew up with and the communities that I represented and all of the things that I was learning about. It terrified me. I was scared by it. So that led to a job. I ended up working in the legislature because, yeah, and I was there as a political newbie. My mind was completely, I didn't lean left or right. I wasn't Democrat, Republican. I was completely fresh, but I saw what I saw and I learned and I became a part of that. It ended up turning into a job. I worked there for 4 more years. After 5 years of working in the legislature, a kid who formerly never thought about higher education, I decided then to apply to law school. I left the legislative job and I got into law school at Arizona State University. Again, more of that learning about race relations, and learning about how issues of race are structurally incorporated into the fabric of our nation in every way, from our laws to our healthcare, to our schools, and to everything in between. They are structurally embedded issues of race and issues of treating people differently based on where they come from, how they usually speak, the religion they practice. All of that is embedded, and I learned that in law school. After law school, I clerked on the Court of Appeals for the only Latina judge on the Court of Appeals. And I learned again, after you get out of law school, hey, I've got a degree, I can earn a lot of money, right? No, if you're a person of color, it's not that easy. And this judge was the only judge that reached out and offered me a clerkship. And when she sat me down, she told me, yeah, we have to take care of each other because they're not going to take care of us. And when you become a clerk, look at all the other clerks and tell me how many people of color you're going to see. There was zero. There was none. I was the only one. The one person of color working for the judge was a person of color. And so I learned more about the realities of working in a professional environment, in a legal environment. That led me to run for office. I ran for the school board, ran for the House of Representatives, eventually ran for the Senate. I've been there ever since, and I've been working on these issues since then. And I can tell you that everything I've learned, both as an individual, as a student, as a member of the community, as a lawyer, I've seen all of that. I've seen issues of race be incorporated into every decision that we make at the state capitol. Every public policy decision is in some way influenced by racial issues. And sometimes it's very heavily influenced. Sometimes it's not. And it's all issues, whether it's natural resources, whether it's water, whether it's criminal justice, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare. All of those issues are impacted by race. And the only way that we can get beyond that is to further educate ourselves. And so I hope to be a part of that here today. Thank you for including me. And yeah, we'll go on with the program.
Thank you so much.
We are cognizant of the fact that we're talking about race. However, we do not have gender balance. I think the organizers of this program did invite a woman, but her absence here is due to some scheduling issues. And so our final speaker to share his experiences is Reverend Larry Fultz, the Executive Director of the Arizona Interfaith Movement, who himself has very rich experiences, not only because of his age, but also because of his. I can joke with Larry about all that. Yeah, whatever. Larry?
Thank you, Albert. Well, this has been great. I can't improve upon what's been said at all. But I had an epiphany in June of 1995, 7:30 in the evening on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria. I'll tell you more about that later. Mentorship comes in a lot of different ways, in ways in which you never understand or believe. Our son was in college. He came home and he said, Dad, there's an African pastor that is studying at my school, and the school is closing up for the summer, and he needs a place to live. And I told him he could come and stay with us. And I said, that's fine, son, but he's going to have to live with you. I thought I was a pretty well-grounded person. I thought I was very inclusive. I thought I knew everything about race relationships. But when Elijah came to live with us, it changed me, my family, my children, my wife, my whole world changed. Elijah taught me. He was my mentor. I thought when he came, well, it's only 3 months and we'll be gone. 3 months came, I was not about to let him go. Our family fell in love with this man, and he lived with us for 2 more years. We got him through school, got him back to his home in Nigeria and his family. And he wrote me a letter and he said, Larry, I've got a son that I want to come and live with you, and I want you to send him through college. So Jonathan came and lived with us. He became one of our, that son that had invited Elijah with us, went to live in Nigeria, or in Congo. He was building a church and he fell 45 feet and he died. In 1995, I went to that church to hang a picture of our son, but I wanted to go to Nigeria to visit my friends. He became one of my dearest friends. And I got to Nigeria, and I was visiting Elijah, and Elijah and his family were with me downtown. It was at 7:30 at night, And all of a sudden I looked around and I realized I was the odd man out. I was white and everybody else was black. I realized at that moment what Black America feels like in white America. I came home changed, realizing that I have had an epiphany that I didn't live up to. And to share that message, that understanding of what it means to be different, but that it's okay when you're among people you love, and you know there are people that love you. I love this relative idea. That's a fantastic thought. And so the main thing is, to me, it doesn't matter what color, what you speak, what your faith. The fact is, you have something to give to me, and I hope I have something to give to you.
Thank you so much. Are we going to have a break and have some food? Romero?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers. Would you have another round of applause?
Before we have to acknowledge somebody in the room, so someone in the room, feedback. Ms. Kiana Sears, she is actually the president of the NAACP of East Valley. So I have to acknowledge her. Where is she? I thought I saw her earlier. Thank you so much for being here. Her daughter, Judge Sears, was supposed to be here, so Mom came. So we appreciate you being here. So we're gonna take a break, but before we do, we're gonna take some pictures of all the panelists up against this wall over here, and then we'll have a break. All right, let's do it. Everyone take it. Let's go. This is everybody photo. Let's all line up, guys. Group picture. Yeah, you guys. Right? So we have a limited time for our pictures, so we're going to take our pictures as quickly as possible.
It's conference photo. Please bring your best smile. Come to the front. Don't be shy. We're all friends. If they just come out to the front, the sooner that we do the picture, the sooner that we can take a break from each and break out into our activity. Your patience and your time is appreciated. Thank you.
Mom, get up front. Truck, keep up front. You're short. Walk straight. We want you. Take a picture. Where do you let us go right down there? Where do you let Bonnie you go with her? You have a nice red shirt. You look beautiful. Where do you want us? Right? You go. Follow them right there. I think some kind of move to the back. I got a question.
We probably need to come up because it's going to go so wide.
I'm staying down. Hey,
Some of the youth are missing in the photo. We want some of the youth. It's okay if you can wave all of our partners, please
And then we'll hook you up, right?
We're ready. We are ready. Oh, I see. Also, you should
Yeah, that's right. I think that in the future we have
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't think this is it. We have food, dinner for you, everything, so don't leave yet. We still have food for you. And the workshop, so don't go anywhere yet. Joe Rojas, nice to meet you. I'm from here.
Just a couple of quick things while you guys are on the break. If you don't have a raffle ticket, please try to track down the raffle ticket, because the raffle ticket is for you. And then, second of all, if you want to facilitators, please come to America for you. We're gonna give out
Thank you.
And then also, at 5:30-ish, we will be serving dinner. There is dinner.
I'm looking for you. I saw you eating. I saw you eating without your mouth.
So we got food with all the multicultural, so we got something to take everybody's palate. So don't go anywhere. We got some food for you.
I got to watch it. I told my it's going to be a little hard because there's so many.
I watched that video. Not many.
No, but I saw it. I was like, I
don't know how I did.
That's
You were
so awesome.
eating at the table.
Right, with Pierre. That's the second son. And also my oldest son, Pedro's here too.
Yeah. I didn't know you guys had an OG. I was like, wow.
It's the kid. That's why he said Clint tried to talk to my oldest son. He said, you know what, for this professor you're gonna meet, and I know her daughter. We were in college.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, and he said probably gonna see her. They tell me to talk to her and she's there. You know, he said we're volunteers at Hudson and we were like a ASU. Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah. You lived in the U.S., but you had been in China.
Right.
I didn't know you were back.
Actually, it was 2019 when Cream and Peter came back for leaving the girls Right. He got a special ticket. So after that, because we all have U.S. passports, so we didn't get a chance to go back to China.
We email.
Right, and because here, we don't go outside.
So cute.
Thank you. And we also have like an apartment in China. Everything is
you didn't know before, or just validating what you already knew. But thank you once again for being here. Come on in, come. All right, you can start. Come on up.
I'm the only one to advertise. I don't know. I got this so long ago.
All right, give it up for Julie and Conrad. Give it up now. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy love. Help them, O God, in their endeavors. And grant them strength to serve thee, O God. Lead them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of thy knowledge. Cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily thou art the helper and their Lord. You know, sing along. Oh my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal to them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy love. Help them, O God, in their endeavors. And grant them strength to serve thee, O God. Lead them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of thy knowledge, and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily thou art their helper and their Lord, O God.
Now it's time all. Now is ready for all.
And that was the story. Wait, can we do that again?
All shall belong to the same household in my home.
Everyone into the light and dry province. The living waters are from the sea and ship, and shelter us on the stronghold and property, are the mighty and
Is that it? Yeah. What comes of all mankind?
The intimacy of the near ones in the world.
So this one time there were these boys, they were like, they saw Bill behind his crew, they just started like throwing rocks at him, and after Abdul Baha and everyone with him, they passed, one of the people who was with Abdul Baha's, he went back and he told the boys to just come to Abdul Baha's place later that day. So later that day, the boys came to Abdul Baha's, he let them all in. He's very gracious, very kind, very friendly. And then at the end of the line, there was a young black boy who seemed kind of like not very comfortable, not sure if he should be there. And Abdul Baha took him and held up a black chocolate to his face, and it's not the exact quote, but he said something along the lines of, this black boy, it has the same value as this black chocolate, or if you value chocolate so much, why not value black people the same?
In late May 1912, in New York, Abdul Baha was evicted from his hotel because, as Mahmoud noted, of the coming and going of diverse people, and the additional labors and troubles for the staff and the incessant inquiries directed to the hotel management. But, Mahmoud continued, when the people of the hotel saw his great kindness and favor at the time of his departure, they were ashamed of their conduct and begged him to stay longer, but he would not accept.
May 1912, in New York, Abdul Baha was evicted from his hotel because, as Mahmoud noted, of the coming and going of diverse people and the additional labors and troubles for the staff and the incessant inquiries directed at the hotel management. But Mahmoud continued, when the people of the hotel saw his great kindness and favor at the time of his departure, they were ashamed of their conduct and begged him to stay longer, but he would not accept.
Or see them, and suddenly Abdul Baha stood up, looked around, and then said, "Where is Mr. Gregory? Bring Mr. Gregory." Abdul Baha, who was really the host, as he was wherever he was, had by this time rearranged the place setting and made room for Mr. Gregory, giving him the seat of honor at his right. He stated he was very pleased to have Mr. Gregory in the most natural way, as if he had nothing unusual had happened. Proceeded to give a talk on the oneness of mankind.
An American friend who had enjoyed the privilege of more than one visit to Akka during the days of the exile of Abdul Baha related an incident that took place at his table. With her sat persons of varied races, some of them traditional enemies who had now grown so to love one another that life and fortune would not have been too much to give if called upon to do so. As the reality of their love gradually became plain to her, there was born a ray of the knowledge of the intimacy of the near ones in the world beyond. When the meal drew to a close, Abdul Baha spoke of the immortal worlds. As nearly as she could remember, the words he spoke were these: "We have sat together many times before, and we shall sit together many times again in the kingdom.
We shall laugh together very much in those times, and we shall tell of the things that befell us in the path of God. In every world of God, a new Lord's Supper is set for the faithful.
On a certain occasion in America, Abdullah announced that he wished to give a unity feast for the friends. The committee arranging for the affair had taken it to one of the city's most exclusive hotels. Frankfurt's colored-born, colored friends, troubled by the prospect of insults and discriminatory treatments inside a Nazi tent. When Abdullah learned of this, he insisted that all the friends should attend. The banquet was held with all the friends, white and colored, seated side by side in great happiness, and without one unpleasant incident. Those people at the hotel, they just like Abdullah attracting those diverse people, so they asked Abdullah to leave their hotel. After Abdullah left the hotel, they realized Abdullah was very personal. Then they started to beg Abdullah to come back.
Something like that. Was that it?
Yeah, that was the story.
He didn't actually say that, but it was. I think people always drop the but because I don't think need to really say anything.
Yeah, that was the story.
Now you have another Bloomberg. I can't do a thumbs up because I'm holding that. So it's just an action. No, it's gotta be two hands to be stable. So action. So Abdullah was to talk about the one that's in that time with all these dudes. And then he was like, hey, where's Mr. Gregory? So he pulled him over and hey, he said right here, right at the most important spot. So he sits him down and they talk about the one that's in mankind.
O God, thou art kind to all, thou hast provided for all, to shelter all, confers life upon all. Thou hast endowed each and all with talents and faculties, and all are submerged in the ocean of thy mercy. O thou kind Lord, unite all, let all religions agree, and make the nations one, so that they may see each other as one family and the whole earth as one home. May they all live together in perfect harmony.
O thou kind Lord, thou hast created all humanity from the same stock. Thou hast decreed that all shall belong to the same household in thy holy presence. They are all thy servants, and all are sheltered beneath thy tabernacle. All have gathered together at thy table of bounty. All are illumined through thy light of thy providence. O God, raise aloft the banner of the oneness of mankind. O God, establish the most great peace. Cement thou, O God, the hearts together. O thou kind Father, God, gladden our hearts through the fragrance of thy love. Brighten our eyes through the light of thy guidance. Delight our ears with the melody of thy word, and shelter us all in the stronghold of thy providence. Thou art the mighty and the powerful. Thou art the forgiving, and thou art the one who overlooketh the shortcomings of all mankind.
The diversity in the human family
should be the cause of love.
Where many different notes blend together.
In the making of a perfect chord. If you can know the different ranks, you're not this child. Enjoy something for yourself.
And show them kindness.
Growing in the beautiful garden of humanity. And rejoice to be among them.
My name is Julia, and we're doing a raffle. I've gone around and asked if everybody had a raffle ticket, so you may be familiar with me already. So just to be sure, one last time, does everybody have a raffle ticket? You do not have one? Can we get a raffle ticket? Is there a way, do we have the raffle tickets? The,
Oh, here, I've got some here. Okay.
These are
I don't know how to cook anything wrong.
All right, guys, it's time to figure out who won the raffle. But first, before we start drawing, you're going to unveil what you actually could get. Firstly, is a mask. There's 4 masks, and it has a lot of religions on it. So you can be all-inclusive. So ideally, you would have the shirt and the mask, but I don't know if, I think everyone only had 1 ticket, right? So you're only going to get 1. Yeah, you're going to have to really choose.
Choose what?
Oh, either a mask or a hat. Both kind of say the same thing, so whatever you like more. Okay, so we're going to start drawing.
And Mark, this is the t-shirt.
Oh, yeah, and we have a bunch of shirts.
So everybody like.
Yeah, shirt, hat, mask. Those 3. A lot of hands of different colors. It includes the arm as well. It's got equity, equality, justice, dignity, and respect and unity. So that is a shirt that many of you guys would probably want to wear. We haven't even drawn yet. We have each. I want to clap.
And the oh my goodness. Okay. The NAACP has gifted 5 annual individual memberships with Crisis Magazine along with a t-shirt. So if you win one of these, you will need to add your personal information here, and then they will send you a t-shirt. Okay. Do you want to pick the? There we go.
6535584. One more time. 6535584. You have that?
Sure. What would you like?
Pick anything you want.
4.
Just not this shirt.
Thank you. Yes. There's a t-shirt for you. They're all the same size.
Yeah, they're all the same size.
Just not this one.
Okay, we're gonna go for the next one. 6, 5, 3, 5, 6, 1, 9. 6, 5, 3, 5, 6, 1, 9. All right. Anybody? Next. 6, 5, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2. Is that you? Yes.
Anything you want.
right. Next number.
Oh, I think I'm sure.
6535667. 653. Yeah.
They are.
You can go grab a t-shirt. You have a meet.
The only time you'll see Santa Claus in the yellow hat.
I wear my hat so I go.
65353. Nope. Start over. 6535587. Take anyone you want. 6535623. No. There's also the NAACP.
Did Willie sure too?
Okay, you lost your head. 6535646. Cool. Six, 6535715.
You don't. No badges.
Awesome. Thank you. 6535614.
She's got taste.
Okay. 6535681.
Cut it back. Cut it back, yeah.
6535669. 653. Yes.
There's no hats left.
I got a hat, I'll get you one. You want a hat?
Yeah.
I got some on the truck.
6535664. Yes.
Yeah.
6535589. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. 6535713. 6535713. Oh, all the way to the back?
Come here.
Oh, no.
Don't be shy.
Okay, we'll try a new one. 6535671. 6, 7.
Right there.
Okay. 6535581.
Oh, he's got more hats. 2 more hats are now.
6535581. Nope. All right. 6535653. There we go. That's okay. 6535694.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Okay. 6535622. 6535622. Thank you. Okay. 6535634. Yay.
Last one.
Okay. 6535648. Woo! 6535648. No? Okay. Next one. 6535626. Okay, we have 3 more items. So we have 2 masks and 1 hat.
2 masks, 1 hat.
Okay, 6535630. There we go. Do you want a hat or a mask? We'll run it out to you.
Hat or mask? What? Mask?
Okay. Well, thank you. That was a lot of fun. That's the end of our raffle. We'll toss it out. All the extras. Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
There you go,
that was a lot of fun.
Activity 1. Can we get some? Now, if you won the NAACP T-shirt, you don't have to send that in the mail. You can hand it to us right now. Say, hand it right here. See? So if you got a T-shirt, carry my hand. Take care of it for you. So we're going to break right into activity 1. So for the youth, you're going to go to find your activity director. Go in the back room. All right, activity 1. Here we go.
Can we have all the facilitators for activity 1 please come to the front?
While they're doing that, I need to introduce Mr. Baston. Pastor Benji joins the Arizona Faith Network team to assist in the development, coordination, and implementation of AFN program. Interfaith is a life's vocation of being voluntary in the interfaith movement since the age of 18. This young Mexican-American, age 26, already done so much, studied political science, social projects from UNADM. He is one of the founding members of Interfaith Latino Council, Fraternidad in Spiritual, and is a shuru of Sangha Dhammapada, a Zen Buddhist community. Pastor, come on up. He's right behind me. Also, Ms. Katie. Reverend Katie Sexton Wood comes to the Arizona Faith Network with years of nonprofit experience, specializing in ministry, leadership, interfaith, work, community organizations. She has a proven track record of building impactful communities who works to transform our world to a common good. Give it up. She's not here. That's all, that's fine. See, just go with the flow. Just go with the flow. All right. Oh, okay. We wish her the best. All right, Pastor, you know what to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. For us, for people of different faith communities, it's important to be together today and to have these conversations. We are people of different faith communities, Buddhists, Hindu, Christians, Muslims, Jewish. Today, in this activity 1, we will focus or have the conversation about the power of unity. So we will play some videos to explain what it means to be mindful in dialogue and how to practice the compassionate listening.
In dialogue, the relationship always comes first. For that to happen, we need to actively listen and embrace the other person for who they truly are and for what is so openly shared with us. We must not just hear, but actually listen to what the other says with compassion and understanding. What we hear are facts, experiences, and observations. But relating the assumptions, we can move beneath the surface and understand emotions, values, perceptions, beliefs. We understand that there's more to a person than what you hear or just to listen to. And we become aware of the complexity of someone's identity. In doing so, we bring generous not only to the other, but to ourselves. You can improve your active and listening skills by recognizing feelings, being patient, suspecting judgment, resisting giving advice unless asked, reflecting back what you said, offer listening as a gift. It's not about self. Being present, or practicing active, compassionate listening. Remember, facts. Repeat what you said to check you understood correctly. Emotions. Listen to the feelings and meanings behind the words being uttered. Values. Listen for the deepest unspoken message of the dialogue. Creating safe space of an active and compassionate listener teaches us how to reach through layers of defensiveness. When listening generously to people, they can hear the truth in themselves, often for the first time. From there, we can shift dialogue and the relationship into heart-to-heart interaction. Learn more at christ.org/dialogue or Wilson's Dialogue for Peace program at Scottsdale.
In this video, we learn how to be mindful when we have a dialogue, when we practice the deeply and the compassionate listening. So we will have amazing facilitators for this session.
we invite you to create a group of 8 people. And I invite, we have as a facilitator Joe Vanderpool, Sadvir Kaukasa from the Sikhi community, Nicholas Menda, Ellie, Reverend Kate, Chaplain Piano, and Garrett. So with our amazing facilitators, we will lead this conversation. So we invite you to create a group of 8 people that maybe surround you. Also, with our amazing facilitator, Angelina, we will have a session for kids and youth. So right now we invite you to see around you so you can meet 8 people around you. You create a group, and also one of the facilitators will come to you.
And 8 or 9, whatever. Let's maybe we can take. Why don't you leave your children with them?
For this session, we have 15 minutes.
We'll join us, okay? Come on up. You got room for a couple more here? I'm joining you. How good? Okay? Dr. John? Yeah, I do. Okay, John? You let Lonnie get in here. There we go. They come apart, yeah. On page 9,
Maybe a few of those best.
Nobody clapped. I just was told. Get back. Besides what happened in help when and should be consulted so that you back the objection is so everyone to do that, but God is definitely did equal share that gift. Therefore, as you said, modulation, other people must be in the midst in order
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 more minutes to finish up in your groups. 5 more minutes to finish up, and then we're gonna have activity number 2. But activity 2 is gonna be a big group. You won't like it. You've already been talking about it. I can't wait. So 4 minutes now. You have 4 minutes. Finish up in your groups, and then we'll all join together for activity 2. One big group.
Public services, our Wisdom desire is all your embrace This will have an effect. Growing. Contagious. But I was trying to make it come in. Yeah. But, sometimes when you go through the did I make any? But in fact, it does that. It does
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time is up. So thank your facilitator, thank them for helping you and learning something new. We're gonna invite everybody to come on in. We got one big group. Come on, one big group, try to finish up. So while you are making your way into the big room, come on in.
Thank you all for everything you're already doing. Your attitude, publicly doing in my soul.
We got Doc Jones and friends. They're gonna play for us while everybody comes on in. Yeah, good. Nicholas, could you raise the screen up for me, please, sir? So I'm gonna have you make your way up to the front. Let's go, people. You got it. And Doc Jones is gonna play for us. Doc Jones in the band. Give it up, we'll play so love, and don't you agree? Okay. Thank you so much. Now we're gonna have activity 2, and hopefully you guys will come back and entertain us again, maybe. We'll see. And also, don't go anywhere because we got my man EJ over here. He's gonna rock the mic too. He's gonna play his wonderful instrument. Don't go anywhere. So, activity 2, we're gonna begin right now. So while we're preparing for activity 2, Ms. Nancy Peace. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Nutrition from Arizona State University, a Master's of Education from North Arizona University with concentration on human relationships. Her career choices have been in food and nutrition and educational development for many years. Ms. Peace owned and operated a catering and event business in my city of San Francisco, California. For the second half of her career, she changed direction to focus on educating the youth in disadvantaged environments. Give it up.
Hello, everyone. So we're going to stay in line with our theme on race amity through education. And we're going to have a short clip followed by a skit on communicating with and without critical race thinking, which is a phrase that we coined, and you have wristbands. So critical, I have such a big mouth that I just assume that you can hear me.
Wait, we're supposed to play a video.
So critical race thinking is the phrase that we've coined, and we hope to use that in becoming more educated in regards to how we treat each other. We have some wonderful examples from the abolitionists all the way to the protesters with George Floyd. Whites, blacks, people of all different nationalities coming together to demonstrate race amity. So we're going to have a short clip. Then we're going to have a reflection on the past. We have some images throughout the entryway. I hope you guys were able to see some of those. And then we're going to talk about some of the things that we face now in regards to racism. So racism it's not in your face nowadays. It's kind of underground. It's in dog whistles. And there's a term that they coined called microaggressions. So that's what people use now, sometimes unknowingly. They don't realize they're doing it. But just like when you're a little kid and your mom's taught you right from wrong, we have to teach ourselves what's right and what's wrong in regards to how we treat each other. You know, race amity is like a muscle. We have to exercise it. And so we're going to do a little demonstration called On the Ball with critical race thinking. And so it's going to be kind of like a little game. And we hope that you'll enjoy it. And then we're going to talk about a 21-day challenge, an activity on mindfulness aimed at understanding those outside of our immediate circle and dismantling our implicit biases. After that, we're going to schedule a time to come back together.
hopefully we'll all take the challenge, and then we'll come back together and talk about our experiences in that 21-day challenge of trying to reach out to others that don't look like us. Okay? So let's get started.
It makes me feel bad.
What was that? That was not my voice. Oh my God. Okay, so could we have the little short clip? Oh, they're working on the short clip. Okay. And then I also need to have my script readers come up because they're going to do this wonderful script that activity to put together. The beautiful ladies. Oh, yes. And also, we'd like for you guys to give us your email address for the 21-day challenge. We're going to put it right here. So we need your email addresses so we can all come together in 21 days. Those who decide to be a part of the 21-day challenge. And so they're going to put together the clip, and once we see the clip, then we'll do our skit.
Third thing, you can do the help right now.
James, hi! I have some great news.
Hi, everything. So, to everyone watching, this is Olivia. Olivia's a writer on the show. We're actually taking the show right now, Olivia. We're just doing 3 things you can do to help at the moment. So, right here.
That's the great news. We have an amazing tool to help fight structural racism.
You're right. I have my celebrity.
Oh, no.
My platform?
Oh, God, no. Nobody actually watches this show. It plays in rooms where people have fallen asleep.
What do you need? What tools do I have?
Actually, the tool that you have is so powerful, you're probably not even aware of it. Is it?
No, I told them, I'm going to come with everything. Is it my charisma? People say that. They say that about me. They say I've got a sort of, they can't put their finger on it. Do you know what I mean? I've got a sort of vulnerable confidence you rarely find in a big man.
It's your privilege. That's what it is. I shouldn't have made you guess.
Privilege. My privilege. Right. Well, let's pretend, as an exercise, that I don't 100% know what that means, but I do know that when I hear it, it makes me feel bad.
It's perfectly normal to feel a little bit guilty talking about privilege, but it helps. Having privilege isn't your fault.
That's the thing. No, I didn't inherit anything. Like, I didn't grow up in a wealthy home. Do you know what I mean? We used to go camping in Bournemouth. You know, I'm not privileged in any way.
I'm so happy you brought that up. One of the biggest misconceptions about privilege is that saying you have it is saying you have an easy life, or that you had it easy growing up. It doesn't mean that. What privilege does mean, specifically white privilege, is that your skin color didn't make your life more challenging.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but the thought that I have white privilege makes me feel really bad.
It
feels bad. It made me, I'm feeling bad. I hate racism.
Let's try to keep going.
I have white privilege. There, I said it. I did it, I can handle that. I have white privilege. I have a very charismatic white privilege.
Sure. And having that privilege means that you don't have to deal with things like being racially profiled or getting unfairly turned down for a mortgage loan because of your skin color or being a minority. So you have to explain privilege to people you work with.
That's terrible. Did those things ever happen to you?
Yeah. One one of them is happening right now.
Oh my God. Oh God, did you just get turned down for a mortgage loan?
No, I'm explaining privilege to someone I work with.
I'm the worst. Oh, I am so stupid. I'm the problem.
No, James, no,
I'm
it's
the
okay.
problem.
I'm not hoping.
Oh,
God. Don't. It's okay. Because there's so many helpful things that you can do with your privilege.
But like what?
Recognizing it is a huge step. And now that you recognize it, you can use it to fight for a more just society.
I can?
Yes. You can use your privilege to speak up on behalf of people of color in big ways and small ways. Big ways like fighting for social justice in areas like education, healthcare, and housing, and smaller ways like listening to people of color, especially when we talk about racism, without making it about your feelings.
Oh my gosh, making it about my feelings. That's what I just did. Well, now that's made me feel absolutely... Never mind.
There you go. This has been 3 things you can do to help.
Thanks, Olivia Howard, everybody. We'll be right back with more of the Late Late Show.
How's all good?
Okay, so next we're going to have a little skit. And that skit is called The Haves and the Have-Nots. Those are the people that have critical race thinking in their conversation, and those who do not. So we're going to call our readers up, and I'm going to share the microphone with these two beautiful ladies. Can you guys hear me? No? Can I have another mic?
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay, so Linda is white and Jackie is black. Both ladies are ELA teachers having lunch together in the teacher's lounge. It's the end of the year and they are discussing the graduating class of 2022 at their school. We will present 2 scenarios for your consideration. One displaying critical race thinking and one that does not. The subject is affirmative action and reverse discrimination. The have-nots first. Jackie?
Did you hear that Marcus received a full scholarship to ASU?
Really? Was it a sports scholarship?
No, I don't think so. Marcus is not very athletic.
You know, that really ticks me off. How did he get his scholarship? He finished with a C- in my class, and he's always goofing around. Affirmative action is so outdated. My niece did not get accepted to ASU, and her grades are far better than his. In my opinion, it's reverse racism.
The mood intensifies.
Reverse racism? Have you checked out the enrollment rates of white students at ASU compared to black and brown student enrollment rates?
Well, I think it's just so unfair. Children should be judged by the content of their character and not the color of their skin.
I think 400 years of slavery, oppression, and Jim Crow is more unfair.
Why are you getting so angry?
Didn't you say you were ticked off? Well, I guess I'm just as ticked off as you are.
Frustrated, Jackie says,
I've got to get back to my class. Lunch is almost over.
While walking away, Jackie is thinking,
no, she didn't call on Dr. King's words to justify her bigotry. Bet she's glued to Fox News every night listening to Tucker Carlson rant about and rave about replacement theory.
While walking away, Linda is thinking,
cancel culture. I guess white people can't give their opinions nowadays. Black people are so angry and aggressive.
Okay, so those are the have-nots. That's how not to have a conversation now about race. That's not showing race amity. That's not coming together. So we're going to go to the next scenario.
Did you hear that Marcus received a full scholarship to ASU? Really? Was it a sports scholarship? No, I don't think so. Marcus is not very athletic. You know, that really ticks me off. How did he get a scholarship? He finished with a C- in my class. He's always goofing around. Affirmative action is so outdated. My niece did not get accepted to ASU, and her grades were far better than his. In my opinion, it's reverse racism.
Jackie notices the conversation's mood has changed, and that Linda is clearly upset about the injustice she feels. So she changes her tone and becomes a little more stoic.
Linda, I can understand your frustration, and many people share your views, but I think affirmative action is a necessary element in establishing equity and equality for minorities, including women. In fact, did you know that white women have benefited from affirmative action more than any other group?
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost my spot. I lost my spot. Can you find my spot?
Linda pauses and sort of shrugs her shoulders in a bit of disbelief.
In a bit of disbelief, right.
Well, I still think it's unfair for a B student to be turned down to make room for a C student who is not serious about school and probably won't finish.
I'm sorry to hear about your niece's letter from ASU. I'm sure that was a big disappointment for your family. I think we should come together and have some respectful conversation about inequality, wealth gaps, and fairness in this country. Have some books on the subject that you might enjoy reading.
You know, I think I would like that. My mother always said, no matter how flat a pancake is, there are always two sides.
You know what? Maybe we should start a faculty book club and connect the social emotional learning. I hear we're going to have a much larger budget for SEL next year, but let's talk about it later. I have to go back to class. Lunch is almost over.
While walking away, Jackie is thinking.
I forgot to mention how much money her niece can save by going to a community college for the first 2 years and then transfer to ASU.
And while walking away, Linda is thinking,
wow, white women benefit more than any other group in affirmative action? If that's true, that doesn't seem fair. I'm going to do some research on this subject. I hope we can get that book club going. I'm sure we'll learn from each other.
So, can you tell the difference? Yes. What do you think was the difference in the second one? She was open-minded. She also said, "I understand. Other people feel the same way." And she said she was sorry that her niece did not get accepted into ASU, and she was sorry that she was frustrated. So she absorbed her objection, and she was willing to pull her into the conversation. So that allowed Linda maybe to put her guard down and listen to Jackie. So that's a demonstration of critical race thinking. So we would like to talk about that, and we have a demonstration that we're calling on the ball thinking with critical race thinking, not theory. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to throw the ball to someone, and we're going to ask them to pick from 1 to 14 on the ball, and then we're going to ask a question. Romero, who has been so kind to do so much for us today, will be reading the questions for you. Okay? And we'll also need a mic, someone with a mic to give to the person that's speaking. Here it comes.
There's numbers 1 through 14. Just pick one.
Just pick 1 through 14. Call out a number. Pick 1 through 14. 3? 3. Did you say 3?
Number 3.
Number 3.
Is it okay to ask, can I touch your hair? Is your hair natural?
Turn it down.
It's on.
Is that okay?
Is it okay?
No. Yeah, someone else can ask the question if he doesn't want to.
Is it okay?
Probably not. Would someone else like to comment? Would you give it to her behind you? For me, it's not a problem at all. At all. I have no issue with that because you're curious and you want to. It's a learning moment, a teachable moment. That's a good perception. Some people don't feel that way. What if they say, "How do you wash your hair?" I've been asked that question. How do you wash your hair? How do you wash your hair? Yeah, but how? I mean, I literally had that question asked to me. So that's a difficult question. I was stunned the first time I was asked that question. I was in Kansas City, Kansas, and I've also been asked, "Do I wash my hair?" So those are some questions that's not conducive to race unity, and it's not on the ball thinking in regards to race. I would say I would not ask that question. Okay, so you get to throw the ball to someone else. You can throw the ball to anyone or hand it to anyone. Do you have your mic with you?
All right. Number 7.
Number 7.
Number 7.
What is offensive about calling a Jewish person Ina? Not their real name. Or a black woman, Shaniqua. Not her real name. Is this a gray area? What you think?
No, it's offensive. It's stereotypic.
Okay, here we go. Repeat the question. What is offensive about calling a Jewish person Ina? Not their real name. Or a black woman, Shaniqua.
Shaniqua.
And that's not her real name.
Okay, Shaniqua.
Is this a gray area?
Okay, so you're in a meeting, and a black woman is at the table. She has an opinion, and so somebody responds to her. Okay, Shaniqua. All right, girl. I feel you. Is that a problem?
No.
No. Just like your mom told you when you were a kid, they were like, when you go to the restaurant, you're going to sit down, you're not going to say this, you're not going to, waiter asks you this, you're not going to say that. It's important for us to learn what we should say to each other and what not to say to each other. That's what critical race thinking is. That's what we feel it is. We want to be able to know in advance some of the things that are offensive and some of the things that are kind of gray areas. Because sometimes if you're in the room with people that are your friends, I had a woman that was my partner. She was Italian. And she would say some things that were offensive to me. But I could sit down with Sandra and I could explain those things to her. And we are still friends to this day. But everybody doesn't have those opportunities. So we need to practice critical race thinking. So who wants to throw the ball?
Devil's advocate. What if it's a group full of black folks and they say, okay.
That's wrong too. Oh, she wants to comment on that. She wants to comment on that.
My name is Angelita, and I was in a high-powered meeting at ASU. There were 22 people in the room, and one of the members of this committee said, well, like Conchita said, Conchita. And the chair of this committee said, who's Conchita? Because this is a paralegal committee. And Conchita is not supposed to be in this room, whoever Conchita is.
Yeah.
And other people, and I really didn't hear what he said because I'm sitting at the end of the table, and other people were, ooh, you know. And I'm the only woman of color in the room, at the table. And finally the chair said, we've been meeting for 6 months, you should know her name. And this is a white woman. So she called him out. And so I just shrugged my shoulders. I mean, I'm used to this microaggression. So the meeting continued, and when we had a break, this white male came over to me. He says, I apologize for that. He apologized. And of course, I accepted his apology.
And see, that's it. So that's a demonstration of race amity. And a lot of times when you mention race, Caucasians get a little nervous. They're like, oh God, there's going to be bashing here. And it really isn't, because we have so many outstanding examples like the one that she just gave of a white person coming up, standing up in defense of others that don't have the same voice. From, like I mentioned earlier, from the abolitionists all the way down to George Floyd. When I saw on television all of the different races and in different countries fighting for George Floyd, it took my breath away. It really touched my heart. And so, you know, we have so many outstanding examples of Caucasians, white Americans, that have stood up for race amity. So we'd like to acknowledge that and, you know, have respectful conversation, including all people into the conversation, and also stating that Black people have a responsibility too. It's not just one-sided. See, Black people need to know what to say in response so that I can touch your heart and get you to listen to me, right? So we have to be trained. We have to be educated. And so that's what this is about. So we have time for one more ball throwing, or should we stop? Okay, oh, you have one. Where is it?
Question number 1.
Number 1. Number 1.
Number 1.
Ooh.
How is political respect connected to today's race mindfulness and race amity? How is political respect connected to today's race mindfulness and race amity?
That's a good one, huh? Thank you. Because, you know, we become so divided in this country with race and political sides. You know, people don't even want to talk, you know, don't even want to come together for Thanksgiving anymore because they don't want to talk politics. So can anybody think of an example? If you can, I have one. Would you like me to give my example? Okay, say for instance, you're in a meeting and there's a large group of diversity sitting at the table, and you start talking about Fox News, how horrible Fox News is. Okay, so could it be possible that somebody at that table watches Fox News? So is that using mindfulness towards the other side? So, I mean, you're saying kind of in the undercurrent that if you're watching Fox News, you're not a good person, you're bad. Okay, so we need to be mindful of that and be respectful of people and their political views. So maybe we can come together and have respectful discourse about our differences. But not in sound bites and snapping at one another. We don't want to do that. That would be the wrong thing to do. That's not critical race thinking. You're not on the ball if you're doing it that way. Can anybody else think of another? Go ahead, please.
Well,
please.
It's not really it's just a way that I think about it. Like, I think we tend to take it so personally, like it's attacking us personally, when it's really just their opinion. So if I neutralize that by saying, hey, it's not personal, that's their opinion, or that's what they want to talk about, then that neutralizes it for my emotional reaction.
I see you have some good home training.
And I can tell you, I teach a Latin dance fitness class, so I've heard a lot of things. I'm like, oh, I see it. Are you mixed? Your hair, you have Negro hair. But like, I mean, I've heard a lot of stuff. Right. And my class is very diverse, but there's also people on both sides in the class. And I definitely try to maintain neutrality in that. Because some people do come out of their mouth. And I'm like, you can't, don't do that in here.
Some people are not as offended. And I'm the type of person, I'm not thin skinned. No. So people have said things to me, and I've tried to use it as a teaching moment.
Yeah.
And you sound like that kind of person too. But in general, somebody might be offended. And so you want to be mindful of other people, and you want to use your humanity when you're talking to other people, and you want to use some ethics. You know, some of that good home training that we've had. I have a wonderful mother, and so if you've had, just refer back to that home training that you have, how you treat people, and the golden rule. The way you want to be treated is the way you treat others, and just don't take it personal. And try not to take it.
Try not to, because it's really not about you. It's about, when they're saying it, it's not about me.
Try not to take it personal. But if we are mindful of other people, then we won't have as many of those slips. But what you're saying is very true. That from your side, being a Black person, you know, Black people, you know, I've had so many situations where somebody will say something to me, and I'm like, let that go. I'm gonna let that go. And then somebody says something to me very minor, and I blow up. And then I'm walking away saying, oh God, that poor lady, she didn't realize what she was saying. Why did I say that? That's double consciousness, by the way. The boys talked about that. That's double consciousness, the Black people. You're always feeling like, oh God. So, you know, do we have someone wants to say something? Please.
I grew up in an all-white community as a child. Even in the school, I don't think I ever saw a Black person. And so that's the way I grew up. And then as an adult, I had friends, Black people. And more recently, I'm finding, and it's not a negative thing in my heart, I am enamored at the beauty of many Black names. Beautiful women's, usually women's names.
Okay.
And I once asked the woman, I said, your name is pretty beautiful. Where did your parents find that name?
Okay.
They're not recognizable in the white community, you know, usually anyway. I don't know how to handle that. It's the beauty that I'm excited about, and I just would like to hear how these names are formed. They're not.
They're not from just your ordinary
ordinary, yeah.
Right. So like this sister said, it's an opportunity to be a teaching moment. And, you know, the names and even what we call ebonics, the vernacular, is an effort of the African American in this country to establish some identity. So they've taken on different names. They've searched out their culture. Some of them are African names, and some of them are other exotic names. So it's a way of trying to shake off, you know, the shackles of being oppressed.
But is it embarrassing for the Black woman to hear a white man?
Well, that's what this one young sister was saying.
Yeah.
She looks at it as a teaching moment. You know, she doesn't see that as wrong. But some people might say, it's the tones. If somebody was like, okay, Shaniqua, then that means something else.
No,
that's delivery, the way you deliver it. Okay, I have a comment here.
The gentleman's question, because I work at a community college, and we have a diverse group of students, and similar to what you're saying, sometimes I genuinely want to know, like, you know, maybe what their country of origin is, or where their the origin of their name or something, or what was their first language. But I don't want it to be perceived as a microaggression and be offensive, because I know in the current climate, a lot of people say these things in a derogatory way. And so, when I ask, I tend to, and this is a question, if this is okay. It's worked out okay for me so far, because no one's gotten mad at me. But I kind of preface it with, you know, I don't mean to be offensive, or I hope this isn't offensive, but I genuinely am interested, you know, what's your country of origin, if you don't mind me asking. Like, I kind of couch it in that, because for me, it's sort of acknowledging that I realize it potentially could be offensive.
Yes.
And I don't mean it in that way. And like I say, for me and the community college students, it's worked so far, but I'm wondering, what do you think of that?
Would someone like to comment on, what about you, young sister? Would you like to comment on that? Yeah. you become a part of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Like my father's I'm curious, what is your origin or
Okay, we're not going to pass the ball. You want to keep going?
Yeah.
I don't want to be offensive or threatening.
Yeah, I think it depends. For me, it's how you ask the question, right? I get asked that all the time, and I'm always like, I don't want to know. I'm like, are they amazed that I'm Black and I dance salsa? Like, I start making up why they're asking the question. It's like there's like this whole, are you Latina? I get asked all the time, and so I think, and when I ask somebody, I go, I really love your accent. Where are you from? Tell me everything about your culture. Like, that's a little more, for me, it's more from a compassionate, like, I want to get to know you place than just where are you from? What country are you from? Well, why after why? Because my question back is always, well, why do you want to know that?
And if it's coming from a good place, then you answer in a different way.
Yeah, but I usually feel like, in my dance class, sometimes I feel like it's not coming from, it's an anomaly that I'm an African-American woman, I have to be Latin to dance Latin. Or I have to be Latin to speak Spanish, or you know what I mean? So that's why I always say, why do you want to know that?
Either one you want.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Question here.
Okay, we're just going to ask one more. Okay, we have someone that wants to comment right here, and then this gentleman right here.
Okay, I just wanted to say a couple of quick things.
Thank you.
My first name is Princess, and growing up, I did not like the name, but I got accustomed to it. So just simply saying to someone, I really like your name, it's very interesting, and kind of leaving it at that and let them take the lead. Because one thing I wanted to point out is for a lot of African Americans that question where you're from, what's your country of origin, it can actually be a trigger because of the way we came here. And there's half of my family I don't even know. And because of the kind of trauma and separation that we've experienced. So it's not just that it doesn't come across as a simple question. It can be a trigger. And then your mind gets going. Like, why do you couldn't possibly be really interested in me because what happened to my mom in the Jim Crow South or whatever. So I just wanted to say it sounds like it could be a kind of an innocent question, but if you just leave it, at a person-to-person level, I really like your name, and kind of let the person take the lead.
Yeah, what they think.
See what they say.
Play it by ear.
And they may give you a clue in terms of, what else to ask. Because they could, they could be a person that's, new here, from Africa, from China, but there's a lot of African American people who cannot.
It's how you ask and how you deliver it versus just assume.
I appreciate the opportunity that you discuss these things. I learned quite a bit today. I'd like to make one point. Last year, 2021, 132,000 degree engineers were granted visa to come to this country under the title of H-1B visa. And none of these 132,000 came on foot from the border in hot and cold weather. They were interviewed in nice hotels in their home countries. and attorneys were hired to process their immigration papers. Once it was approved, they were given tickets to come to this country. They were given hotels to stay temporarily, then were assisted finding apartment to live in. And as soon as they could walk in the door, they were on payroll.
Those are the injustices.
What I'm saying is that they did not have white privileges because they came from India, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and other countries. What I'm saying is that we ignore the importance of education.
Okay.
If we put all our efforts in educating those that are deprived now, we could achieve results much faster.
Absolutely. I agree. So education is a big part of it. What we're talking about, and we're talking about race amity, race togetherness, and race fairness and humanity towards all of those people, even those crossing the border on foot that are asking for amity.
And those that came in this country, well, they're educated people. Let's put value on education and educated people.
On everyone.
On everyone, exactly.
On everyone. Thank you, sir.
50% of doctors in this country are from foreign countries.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, so that's it, you guys. We're finished with our discussion. We're going to have our dinner. If you want to continue this discussion while you're having dinner, please feel free. Thank you very much. And they're preparing your dinner. Your dinner is being prepared for you, and they're going to play a little music.
Not yet. But then the kids come up first. They have 30 seconds, and then they'll play. Coming up, children.
Thank you.
So since I have to talk fast, I'm going to walk and talk. I would like to introduce you to the 2022 Clash of Special Agents of Change. These are so smart. They talked about being kind, being a friend, and what they could do to be peacemakers and to just talk to one another and to find commonalities and to have the adults in their life. What do the adults like in our lives need to do? Okay, yeah. We can say that. We need to change. And how do we change? By helping others make the world a better place. We talked about in 42 states in the country, they're trying to ban the books that will teach our children the history that they need to know, because if we don't know the history, we're in danger of repeating it. And so they want, Freddie is amazing. He talked about talking to adults. He talked about the adults calling people in other states. Please stay with us, thank you. And trying to create communication, whether it's on a website or just raising awareness. These are amazing souls. When we talked about that race empathy has to be done every day, that we can't just meet here one day and say, this is great, that we have to do something every single day to make the change. So when you look at their beautiful faces, please use their wonderful faces as the reason that you go out and make the change. Thank you all. I'm so incredibly proud of you. You listened. You had incredible conversations. We made new friends. And thank you, parents, for trusting your little ones with me. I really appreciate it. Good luck.
to let you know also, they have information on a anti-racist toolkit. They also have their graduation certificates that has my contact information. So we talked about that if I need to go help at their school to talk to the principals about having a culture of anti-racism, I'll go to their school. So I also, if you want me to send you information on different resources so that you can continue this conversation with your family, my contact information is on their graduation certificates. You guys are amazing. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Right here. Go right out the door to get your plate of So I'm still working.